refresh our copy. Lighting up. Waiting for Twitch. I think it's live too. Okay. So good afternoon. Maybe it's Friday, and yesterday we did the weather panel, UI stuff. Generic enough looking UI panel, and then we customized it in barrel and web system. And today I think we have a different need, that is to design different component that could be used horizontally and vertically. This is the vertical case. This is the horizontal case. We are probably going to do some graphic design work with it, and then we'll jump into Godot and implement it. Now, a few episodes ago, I did this balance component. Decision was to stay away from a single condition display. Looks like a slider. You could easily get this done, styled in Godot. But working with a balance component made much more sense when you were comparing two values, so that you don't have to look two distinct range components. So this GNB horizontal looking balance component is doing. That's fine. You could easily create a vertical version of that. That's okay too. But with the single ones, there is still some kind of logic in terms of comparing the current state of, in this case, water, to an ideal level of water. Just it's easier to present. All big enough. So here we are looking at a raised bed and we tomato plant. This plant has the following conditions, all good. Then this unit has some other conditions. This raised bed will have enough soil of type dirt that is actually housing 9 different plants. But it just happens that this particular spot, for different reasons, it's under the shadow of this house, or I don't know, you didn't actually water it enough. Gave water to different corners of the raised bed. Either way, this plant doesn't have enough water. And it is not obvious to show that logic with just one indicator. Maybe the water level should be here. It should be here. Maybe it's the kind of plant that doesn't like that much water. Because you are watering plants that are close enough, we are going to implement a system that the soil will be basically reacting to different elements, that you keep watering one corner of the soil, eventually it's going to propagate, and then the far corners of the soil will get less amount of, then the closer parts to the origin of the water will actually get a little bit more propagation. So either way, you have to be looking at your ideal situation versus your current situation. So it's as if we need a second indicator here. And if we go with 2 indicators, then their size will be an important factor. Hello, Hexagon. I think I just caught your message, so good. Because sometimes I miss it. I realize in a few minutes. How are you today? Okay. See you later. So having 2 indicators there, then you kind of have to do color variation. The size has to be different. You know, few factors like this. So maybe it is not convenient to have two indicators on one slider. Maybe we'll change the design of this. I've already started some kind of like a different prototype here. So we want to color code things based on like water temperature, sunlight, and acidity. And then there's something so simple and familiar about sort of red to green display. So we'll play with this for a bit, and then once we are happy with one type of design, we'll implement it in Godot. Okay. I think I'm going to make a few copies of this side. This is still that, right? Few copies of this. Goal is to get the colors from here. Say this one has linear color. Did I later simplify this? Yes. It's not the same color as this one. I think I took the O2. Either way, this could actually have. And this one, guess I didn't hit the correct shortcut. Angle, that's it. Because colors for the, I'm calling them sliders, but basically the scale, they are always going to be a different color. So having this kind of green to red overlaid as dashed display here is going to be a problem. You can actually change this to a lighter color. If I'm gonna go with this theme. And then you have visual discrepancies like, well, green and red in this kind of combination doesn't look decent. This looks okay. This looks sort of overlapped. This is still okay. Um, let's see. Let's see. And I don't want to put this somewhere kind of on the left side that is sort of like legend for all of them, because then this triangle will have to be different for each component anyway. So if this is going to be part of the component, well, it kind of has to be part of the component. It can't be just one piece that is going to be used as a guide. Let's think. At this point, it might actually help us. Some Google search to get inspiration. Like essentially, I think we are looking for a gauge. We want to have round gauges, but the principle is pretty much the same. I think sometimes some of these gauges have the, well, the idea is this. Whatever this gauge is for, have these black values, you're in the green zone, you're in sort of approaching the danger zone, and here you are risking it. There's too much pressure. Something like this. But problem is our color code should still be respecting that properties of the theme's color code. If we are talking about temperature, we are talking about hot zones and cold. How lit it is, how dark it is. That's so we need something better than this. We need the I don't know the name, but like control gauge that checks whether you are passing over threshold value. Don't know the name for that. Don't think it would be called double gauge. It's making it up because I think this might be an engineering term and I have no idea what it's called. Let's call it threshold gauge. Some min max. Why do you have two displays here? Let's see. Just of water. This is an interesting. So here's the measurement. It's black one. It's orange, which is set to 1. I'm guessing this controller is adjusting this one. This one is set to 4, controlled by this one. And when this guy is in between 1 and 4, what happens? This is sort of thing I'm kind of going for. 0 and then 2, and black dial is on 0. The orange is also set to 0. Autohelic pressure switch gauge. That's what the purpose is, but the generic name for this kind of thing, because I'm kind of going to look for a vertical representation of something similar to this. This is this. We are getting there though. It's giving me ideas. Let's look this up. Switch gauge. Oh, okay. I think this might be the two. It switches things on and off. It's it's between these two values. It's on. Otherwise, it's off. So this might be switch gauge. I think yeah, we are approaching the right territory. Here is the actual measurement. I think this is the coldest. This is the hottest it should be. Sorry. Switch gauge. This one. Let's try to read the official. What is a switch gauge? completes a circuit when it comes in contact. This is like a product description. Actually. Get the idea. So let's think of the vertical scenario here. Because at some point, I even thought of having a second triangle here. That is like the maximum value. You go over that area, you are overwatering. Piece of water bar. Yeah, I think we'll go through a few iterations. Left is dynamic function, and right is. Um, let's see. Answering an important message. I think switch gauge is the way to go, and don't remember any other name. There's another name, some kind of meter with threshold. But I think what I said is making sense that we need two min max indicators and one current indicator. And the color on the scale, as well as the min max, everything has to be incorporated into one component. So the color has to look appealing, but then you should see. So I kind of like this red area here, and it's sort of going up to. We are losing that. And maybe we actually don't need to make the bottom part narrowing down, because the narrowing down part indicates that you are kind of that quality. There is enough sunlight, there isn't enough sunlight, but enough or more than enough relative terms. Where we are introducing min and max. having less of something, it doesn't always. I think I'm going to put the stream on pause. I'm going to talk to Jordan for a phone call, and I'll be. Yeah, one day they will hear you. So, for people who don't know what's going on right now, I'm talking to Jordan. We are going to create fonts because I think I messed up with the font generator. Let's see. I think once I show you this, maybe you can go and do this on your end because I'm kind of in the middle of like branching here. I might mess it up even more. So let's see. So here's how it goes. Normally, you add the font sizes you want to use. You don't have to add all of them. You can just add the ones that you need. But this is just simply working like bunch of things you add. You can remove the individual ones or empty the list. So this part is straightforward. Uh, what you have to keep in mind is that this these three font sizes will be used no matter what. But that is not the same case for this part. Let's pick the fonts, themes. The, these are the fonts. So here we are actually selecting the whole folder. And here you do control click to select which ones you want to create the font resource for. Is the TV on, man? Hey, Jordan. It's as if there is someone speaking in the background. Oh, you're not seeing my stream at all? So, ah, okay. Let me share the screen through Discord with you. I'll recap. Cool. So you are seeing it now, right? This? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, you are selecting the folder, not the fonts. And here you are, yeah. Here you have to do control click to select the fonts that you want to use and create resource for. So in this case, I'm going to create black bold. That's it. Um, And it's going to basically it's going to create 6 resources because you have 2 fonts selected and then 3 sizes selected. And then you gotta select the output folder. This goes into resources. You don't need to create this folder. You just have to basically keep it under resources. This is going to be created for you. So that's it. And then when you do the generate resources, you don't need to select anything here. This is all going to be taken. You generate resources, it's done. So when we go to just pull the folder here, and then you will have what? Black and bold 12, 13, 16. Black, black and bold. So this has just been created. You can see the date. It's just right now. So in this, yeah, in this file, as you were pointing out, this should actually have the correct path. And you are actually right that it is not putting the correct path. I fixed this, man. Um, yeah, you are right. I actually fixed this to use the relative. That's bad. This part is actually res. Do you have the TV on in the background? Yeah, I keep hearing a guy speaking. Ah, it's friends. But they speak Spanish. They must be Spanish friends. Not sorry, not this one. This one. File system. Oh, this was set to resources. I have no idea why this is. Yeah, this was set to resources that actually fixes the paths. I don't know why it got changed. Are you still following? Yeah, I honestly fixed it because I noticed the same error too that it was putting up absolute paths. And if you want to have a quick fix, yeah, you just have to open the font resource generator in Farmer tools in the add-ons. You just make the 2 dialog boxes use resources access. Um, I can actually do this change, but I'm in the middle of something. You'll have to wait for me to finish what I'm doing. But it might be quicker for you to change these 2 things to, which should actually fix. Then it will change to this to the resource path. Cool. Yeah. Sorry about that. I don't know why this actually changed back. Honestly, I'm surprised to find this actually set back to file system. Did I accidentally revert? I wonder. Source tree. Maybe. I don't like. Yeah, it's annoying. Sorry, because I remember fixing it. Okay, now at least we know that if something like this happens again, we have to double check. That's pretty much it. But I think when you try to open the resource, it's automatically fixing it, right? Godot basically fixes the path for you. Uh, okay, sure, sure. Okay, so bye. See ya. Okay, so we'll don't save this because we'll do that work a bit later. Let's see this guy. Just I'm wrapping up the away. Here we are actually in the middle of creating the feature. We don't. This is what we just did, which is going to be undone. Wait, we don't really. But yeah, he was right. This path actually has been fixed before. In the first version, we were doing the apps or sort of relative path, but not a resource path. It should actually be brought under the source path. Anyway, we'll discard all these changes. Say this guy is open. Oh, these two are actually fresh files. You cannot discard files. You have to remove them from. I just didn't want to commit something that is completely unnecessary. Okay, back to this. Let's see. We thought of keeping the color scheme, but having a bit more clear indication of the max and the min values, and I was discussing whether we should just a normal square. Let's have this. The rectangle, copy paste. Move your stuff here. Let's just take the color. Do this. And maybe as much as I like that green idea, they don't really belong there. Kind of display. Let's just push this. So here's minimum value. Here's maximum value. If anything, maybe we'll make those two things. Actually, even that minimum maximum, when you do the green and red, maybe we'll make this one green, this one red, but that's also becoming a choice. Let's do 80. Nope. 70. So this is showing the real value. Let's make this green. It's green actually. Red. And then this could actually be a tone of this blue. Darker hue. This is going to fluctuate. That's the kind of thing we were discussing in the morning, units. Some things should be measured in liters, some things grams. But then when you have areas like this where the unit kind of together, but you are enough of something or not, could maybe make this could actually benefit from light one. I'll pick something in between. It's funky like that. See if it actually makes any difference. It kind of does. And it's not going to be laid over gray surface, it's going surface. So let's take this component, bring it here. That was actually that color is for oxygen, right? We'll move it here and then make it. Pull yourself here. This will need its own icon, that's okay. Let's pretend this is water. We won't mess with these colors. Control Alt C. E. Drop color will be something in inverted look. Might work. Anything we could just put a. We could easily stick that water icon on top and be done with this. Bring in this thing I do. Also make you same color. I think I made this color out of that oxygen wheel. Kind of doesn't matter anymore. They're all going to be sort of. Because when I did that, what for oxygen, I picked the lowest, the lightest color. Or I picked this and then it's gonna make it this, this, somewhere like here. Kind of does make a difference. Might actually make it. Fuck you. Let's pull you down. Good. Let's take the water here. That icon might be too big, but let's see. It's okay. Let's. Oh, this is the garbage one that I just. I think I'm kind of going with the new direction. I'll just move this aside. I will, in fact, move them sort of out of the way. I'll keep them around so that I can color. Okay. We need these guys copied. Here's Control Alt C, Control Alt V. Then we need to change that stroke color to between like this. Have that inverted. This has to be done here, this way. So there's reddish part. This also has. Of course, here the colors are a little bit similar, but we still get the patient. I actually want to try this guy. Moving up and down so we actually see what's happening. If it's here, I see the triangle and the line. That is clear indication that we are above maximum value. Here, even though it's harder to read the line, but triangle gives me the idea that here line gets more visible. That's actually okay. And here we have the contrast. This might just work, to be honest. A little bit skeptical as usual. That will work. If the color is too awkward here, we can always change. I think I like this double pieces for the current value indicator. Should copy yourself. So Alt C, E, some fix your stroke color first. Green. Selection colors. So this is what I can do. Color. What do we always do? This. What's that? When you move this up and down, virtue of having a lighter background, you actually see now. Maybe this blue is too colder temperature. Maybe it's actually green. Is it already like this? That's a bit warmer. Right? But maybe it conveys the. I think so. Stroke now has to change because we have to pick. Because we haven't changed the top red part, this indicator color is okay. It could get a bit lighter. Let's make you a little bit. Yeah, this might just work. Here's the acidity. Acid. dark color for the image. Sky is going to be light color, dark color. Confuse myself. Light color, and now we do 6. We could theoretically get these components, all these parameters, Godot, because we have the algorithm, right? Just need to know two colors, the top color and the bottom color. Then everything else is take the darker color top, and then change, bring it closer to black, and then you make it as the color for the marker. Then for the outline of the area, you also choose the darkest color here as its stroke. Then the lighter gradient part here looks like it actually has a border. You actually even write a shader for this. I think that also saves a lot of space too. Not that we need save space. If anything, we could actually have a lot more here. Um, but in the likelihood that these buttons will actually have another row, maybe this panel will actually be narrower too, and then we have to tidy up this area. It's going to get a little bit skinny but taller, generally like this whole area. Kind of like that. It's subtle, but each marker has a different color based on the. I think if they were all the same color, dark gray color, be looking interesting, I suppose. So let's tidy that up. Start, and then we will do a horizontal version of this, and then start implementing. The thickness is okay. 12 pixel will work. Altogether, you are what, 20? That will work. I'm okay with that. Group yourself. Group yourself. I think it is safe to say that we could create a speed frame. We used to have a fifth thing here. It was nutrition. Then it makes sense because we separate them. I think we could create a. That's a bit of not scary territory. But how much nitrogen is enough? And then when you provide too much nitrogen, but not enough phosphate or potassium, uh, then by giving too much nitrogen, you're encouraging leaf growth. So you are going to have leafy plants, but not enough fruit for plants that actually are supposed to give. think that part is a bit of a game design decision. Maybe that will actually use a similar component like, but then maybe a thing that actually compares all these against each other. For the time being, I think we are good here. Here's some frame 25. Let's make this 15. Fine. This could be 3. Kind of tightening things right now. Let's see. It's going to be here. This is here. Fine. These guys could also be framed. That's sun. Let's bring an icon and then let's replace the sun. It's pissing me off. Let's see, where's the icon? What's the sun, which is 36 by 36? Do that. Let's replace this sun. Okay. Do I even have a temperature thing? Like, even remove this part. I um copy paste. I think I did go away. And then water. Um can go either way. I think I'll go with this one because we have things similar here. This one looked good because it was narrower. I think it worked in here. We'll see. Maybe I'll change style. Either way, from left to right, you're going to have something like this. Menu, auto layout, R20. This kind of doesn't matter. It's sort of arbitrary because they don't always have the same width and height. We'll actually treat each component as its own thing. Speaking of which, we should probably do that. You two should actually be like this as a group, this as a group, this as a group, and then all four of you will this 20 gap. Okay. And perhaps here centered title. You can actually make two garbage, garbage. Here's the panel for this. This just has to be 850 perhaps. sketch something out here. Still don't know how long this text will be, so this may be bigger. I'm okay with this. Let's see. Let's see how this is gonna look in horizontal situation. Bring one here. I think the indicator should stay at the top. I think this is a better case. Now, where the gradient goes is, I think that should be reversed. This should actually be flipped. This. Because we tend to see things grow to the right, at least the Western audience. So we read from left to right. Or generally speaking, you tend to monitor from left to right. So it's expected that the higher values will be on the right side. Higher values will be on the top side here. I think that's why this actually bugged me maybe this time. This was actually reversed. But then, even then, it actually had some logical problems. Hence the reason why we are doing this work. For oxygen, this is going to be oxygenated. Just like that. Stroke color. Just pick the stroke color in the middle. Then this is going to be from the darker color down here. See, that's sort of like cold, icy. Actually, oxygen, mind you. See that cold feeling. So how do you represent oxygen color anyway? Sense. This, on the other hand, is pretty much the same thing as this one, just rotated. We could actually take this. You go away. Do this, and then, no, the other one. H. You're already done anyway. Temperature is also done. We're going to rotate. Shift H. Done. We'll adjust the order. I think this should be here. And what else is that is already taken care of. So just need to add the icons. That's it. So for the icons, I already have copies of this one. This frame is actually, let's delete the frame too. And let's move them. We'll actually do some grouping here. So this will also go away. Bring in the icon, the water. O2. and then we need high temp. High temperature is going to be go away. Going to be centered like this, grouped. Going to be centered like this. Here, grouped. Yeah, this O2 had some problem, right? Okay, the frame actually is too big. Where are we? Actually doing funky. We may make actually the O bigger, so it actually takes a little bit more space. It's a bit skinny compared to the other one. This one is too big. We're going to be yeah, maybe change the temperature a bit. Maybe that will I'll actually make it big, less big, smaller. That this group we cannot group them, group them, group them. Then we'll frame all of you. 8. Because we could always have more text. We don't know. We're something awkward though. Way these things are taking their space. It's not aligning the components. I think we could do right align here and get away with that. Let's pretend it's this way. Because there are some things we can always fix in Godot. Okay, I think this is a much better direction than having simple sliders with just one indicator. Now we have the min max values. This is just a prototype. Doesn't mean that it's the same min max value every quality. And also for every plant, it's going to be different. Let's see. Because like here, you don't want your compost to be too hot or alternatively, we could have this component to have no minimum value. But it always has like one threshold, not thresholds. That's again during the design of that component or the implement could actually do that. What is actually maybe more important is that in terms of Godot, when we fire the signals, that's when it like maybe a smart component should actually fire. Here's my indicator right in the middle. And then as you're updating the indicator, is it below the minimum threshold? Then maybe a signal fires. the minimum threshold has been crossed, but then in which direction you are crossing it? Are you crossing it to go to lower temperatures, or you crossed it because the temperatures increased? Same thing goes for the maximum temperature. So I can actually see at least four signals there. And of course the signal for the change. So fun times. Let's see. Well, and again, when you write that code, it should be independent of its presentation. Let's go do this in Godot. You sweet is I'm needed around. What was that name they gave? Was it switch gauge? Could either call it switch gauge or switch or threshold. Meter, meter, threshold meter. Scale. Just whether it's funny or not, some background into why this is called threshold. Actually, why you might wonder, one of the synonyms is doorstep. I think this was during the Middle Ages that when people wanted to have clean floors, they would actually put straw and other like herbs. They wouldn't necessarily clean the floor all the time, so that was called thresh substance. So basically, when people walked on the floor and pushed the thresh around, you needed something to basically keep it in the room so it wouldn't actually be swept under the door. So that thing that when you open the door and then you take that step, there is the door step that is basically holding the thresh, hence threshold. That's why. And since then, we've been using it as a different word to basically keep things in check, something that limits a different thing. That it's a limiter in a sense, but it used to be a physical thing. It's, in other words, it's a gatekeeper. For our purposes, it's basically exactly what it is. It's like, well, minimum value, maximum value. Here are the thresholds. I think I'll call it threshold. Anyhow, I think that gives us the name for our new GitHub feature. Threshold. Let's just make it sound more important. See, there it is. So open this. There are ones from yesterday. Close all tabs. We are good. Let's create a new case. Just to control. Let's call it threshold. Don't know the structure yet. Let's see. We actually built this horizontal balance. There's a vertical balance portion of this, and one single code file that is just balance, that is controlling both the vertical and the horizontal. If that is the case, I think it's safe to call this horizontal threshold, but then the script will be just threshold. Okay, so you are that. So for this one, we did HBox with 3 parts in it, 2 texture effects, and in between H slider component. It's a similar structure, except it says 2 more moving parts. And then one, instead of having 2 texture rects, we are going to have 1 texture rect. It's one few moving part. Then you have 2 more moving parts with the here, the thresholds. Let's see. Kind of sort of writing the code in my head, but let's actually do the present first. I think I'm going to open the code for horizontal balance because I'm gonna have to take the script chunks from here and then put into threshold. Let's just call this component. This is actually not part of HUD. Did I move this here? Went into that folder because I did not see horizontal balance. This is actually kind of a component. Everything is a little bit messy there so far. We are still working on the minimum marks. We are putting everything everywhere. This is actually going to be $8 soon. In fact, it is actually. It could actually extend from control. You are going to be because you are also going to share some stuff from here. Either way, you are now using threshold. My bad. I opened this. That should not. Basically, wanted this to be one thing, regardless of its display. Close yourself. Open. Your threshold. Awesome. Um, let's see. So we need the gradients for this one. It's like this one has. We'll also need another color for the I'll relabel this as slider instead of a slider. We are still in threshold. So it's going to be slider. Okay. Um, I think the only problem here is when we do the vertical version, this actually has to. What I will most like to do is that instead of calling H slider here, this is just going to be labeled as slider. So then if the type is vertical slider, it's still going to be, since we are doing that for well, we are here, slider. Well, you really use it 9 times, slider. Here is texture 1 and 2. We and property 1 and 2. Kind of need one, but let's repurpose these. This is it's the hard part for the tension and the implementation. These two should be called low threshold and high threshold. Property 1 should be called threshold low, place all, and property 2 should be called threshold high. So the value is value. This actually also needs a value. And the value might be integer. But this is the part where, again, a lot of design is. Because if this component is measuring water, yes, you could say minimum value 0. Low threshold might have 15 liters, which means you are above the maximum might be 20. Sorry, high threshold might be 20. Maximum is like this. I guess we might have to do some kind of trick here that when we set the height threshold, we may automatically change the max value of the slider to double the amount of high threshold because the value of high threshold is arbitrary compared to the max value you could set for the slider. Since you will never know beforehand the value of high threshold, how can you set the max value of the slider? You gotta dynamically calculate the max value of the slider, but that has to depend on one of these values. because the minimum case is simple. It's just, and then the low threshold will be most likely. There's an interesting case. I don't think it applies to our problem here, but what if you are actually dealing with temperature? Something has to be below 10 degrees, say below minus 10 degrees. And that zero has been having the zero being the minimum value of the slider is also meaningless. Zero may very well be within threshold values because your minimum threshold is actually minus 10. The fact that you're at 0 degrees means that you are in a good spot. But the real minimum of the slider could be minus 40. I guess we could do the same thing too, that the minimum and maximum values will always be double the threshold. Kind of stretch it out. That way there is room on the display to scale so that it goes to either end. It's much more simple. At least it's written in a consistent way that if we find ourselves in a situation, we don't have to re-engineer this. Also, the fact that some of these components could be used for other games, drop them in. This is going to be an interesting. So we definitely need to set the value. When the low threshold is set, take the register it. It's ready. Why is it ready? Who sets if it's ready? I see. Okay. Oh, okay. So yeah, Jordan was telling me instead of maybe checking the presence of this, when the component this is going to run at runtime, so which is setting is ready to true or false. We don't actually have this. But wait a minute. I took this code from here. Changed this, which is this. But we kind of want to trigger this. We're going to be ready. This worked because of this. I'm missing something. It's ran. Why is this true? This never ran. Yet it works. For that slider to work and come to its proper place, this has to run. This has to be triggered, which means triggered because I changed property here. So this is true. Can only be true if it's ready. Yet this is I suppose internally, like, I mean, I guess, yeah, he found a solution to this. Save that. Just need to write our code here. Okay. Anyway, so when the threshold flow is done, what we need to do is this. If it's ready, then we should actually change the slider's min value. So we need to take these two things, copy, paste them here. Okay. Okay. Just call this slider because we may actually have the vertical. Um, this is going to be called icon. I see this actually had the, yeah. Oh, and then this actually is full rect. We'll put this in some context and it actually itself. Here's the slider. Good. The slider's minimum value will be let's see. If this is temperature and say minimum temperature is 10 degrees. If by default min is 0 and the low threshold is 10, let's write the maximum case first. Because we started this off by the max value, then we thought we could be smart about this. We aren't that smart today. So when the high threshold is what? Let's say 30 degrees. By default, 100 is the max value for the slider. We want to make the max value double the threshold of the high value. So threshold high times 2 is the max value. Okay? And we get away with this kind of logic for the min value. Now let's finish this case too. Let's say it just happens that the temperature you are measuring or chemical experiment suggests that the highest temperature you should ever get is minus 40 degrees. If you double the high threshold, you are going to get 80, which makes it worse because in case of higher temperature that should be higher than minus 40, the slider's maximum value, anything higher than minus, not minus. So we are going into sort of absolute values here. Let's see. Suppose we could do like if it's less than, suppose this is what I'm going to write and then maybe a little bit, if the threshold high is less than 0, what you need to do is that you are actually dividing in half. Else, else you are doubling it. Now let's think of this case. So it's like if you are giving minus 40, by halving it, max value will be minus 20, which is good. You're still gonna be able to move to a higher temperature. If it's 0, then um, and then another interesting case is when it's 0, then I think I'll take the average of minimum and maximum threshold. That average will actually be that case. Interesting enough. So actually we have an elif case here. Sorry, else this it's confusing. Okay, sorry, elif. Yeah, what am I doing? This 0 else take the average of. Is there an average function? Let's do the. This part I'm not so sure. Let's think of cases here. I may actually put this into its own function so that we have one assignment. Let's pass this value. There's an interrupt. We'll do that. Let's make sure this calculation is correct. So we pass 40 degrees plus 40. That's good. Your max value should be like what? If it's minus 40, then max value will be minus. That will still look higher. That is good. This is the case where it's going to play nicely or terribly with the threshold value. Let's see. If the low threshold is minus and the high threshold is minus 40, when you take the average of that, it will be minus 60, which is still lower than 40. It should be higher. Oh, sorry, my bad, my bad, my bad. If the max value is 0, I already covered this other. I think I'm getting call. I have to step out and then answer that for stuff. I'll be back. Let's deal with the zero condition. Some music. Heat up the juices. Maybe a different piece. So if it's zero, the fact that high threshold is zero, meaning minimum threshold is definitely below zero. So the total will be the minuses. Okay, we'll half it. Then we'll take the absolute value. That's probably what I was thinking. Of course, when you do that, you need to actually make sure that you are first adding those two things up. That's what it is. Okay. Now we'll write something similar to this for the low threshold. So just stupidly copy it. Be ready for making silly mistakes. That's usually how it goes. When you copy and paste, forget things. Fine. So when the threshold low is below zero, this is when you have to adjust the mean value. This is usually the problem with the copying and pasting. You are thinking you are changing variable names, but you're not necessarily altering the value statements or assignments. So when the threshold is below zero, let's say it's minus 40, okay, then the minimum value of the whole slider should be double that. So we are actually, like in mathematics, when you move things on the other side of the equation, you are actually changing the cases, that kind of thing. Just all around. So let's repeat. When it's minus 40, which is less than zero, so then you kind of want to have what, minus 80 as the minimum value. This is doing that because it's minus 40 times 2, it's minus 8. When the threshold low is above zero, let's say it's 10 degrees, then your minimum value could be, I don't know, 5 degrees. Of course, this never takes into account your it's not logarithmic, so meaning by default your minimum value for slider is 0, and if threshold low is 10, that means this is now the new value will be 5. But then I guess everything is going to be like, it's still close to 0, like there isn't much gap left anyway. But I guess it's going to balance itself out with the max value, so might be okay. So for the 0 case, similarly, if the threshold low is 0, that means threshold high is definitely above 0. So when you take the average, this time this actually has to be in the minuses, like absolutely minus. Let's do an example case. Let's say minimum threshold is 0, maximum is 40. Then you do 40 plus 0, 40, halved 20, minus 20 is the minimum slider value, which will put the minimum threshold still higher than the minimum. Is there anything common between these two sections that we can put this in function? Perhaps not needed. Not be needed. We could now try this. Then we have the update bells. In this case, we don't really need to update central thing, right? Because value is always controlling itself. You don't need to do this. Really just return. Don't need to go. Texture 2 isn't declared. It is not declared, you're right. Not even exist. But this is a separate case. Good. Save this. Here's a slider. Mean value is 0, max value is 100. This is what we are about to test. Threshold low. Let's give this 10. Then let's give this 40. What happened to slider? Worrisome. We know this fired. It's ready. Is this even firing? Fire me. See, this business with the is ready. I don't quite get that. It kind of seemed to work in the other component, and yet it did not make any sense. How could this work anyway if it's set to true, and if it can only be set to true if it's ready? Doesn't make sense. This can just pass through here, and here is where you have that this not being ready. That makes sense. So not sure how this is really makes any sense in the other component, and here that we are going to see it. But the point is, See this changes. You see this one change to the value we want. Doesn't make any sense. I think the best thing I can do here is if the slider exists, honestly, is then they were going to happen anyway because of okay, there's something. Never going to happen because it's always going to be available once it's ready. If we get that deferred mechanism, still is not firing. Slider. Normally we shouldn't write this. And yeah, we go into scary territory. We'll plural this, which is gonna give a float value, which might be doubling it is okay because it's just that. This is also good. Stored. And absolute value, since you are actually helping it, also has to be floored, but this way. Floor. That's not really what the real problem is here because it cannot find the objects, therefore it cannot set the minimum value. This is that if slider issue. This I think I'm kind of confident this will work. Fire me, see that worked. Okay. um 936 slider minimum value. Email it set index threshold low will load. I think it's safe that we shouldn't assume. Ah, doesn't matter because we are gonna go into float area anyway as soon as we have something. No, that's a different error message when you're assigning float to an integer field. This error is when it doesn't know the mean value index. of something that doesn't exist because it's yellow. So this slider doesn't quite exist here. I should remove this. Only thing is, why did this work here? This is in less sense by the minute. Call this slider. That node not found relative to some. What the? Okay, this is basically slider. Cannot get path of node as it's not in its. You are the slider. This is just waiting there. It's not. This is never called. This is some garbage shit. Everything is happening. This is the culprit. Um, just clear this. See what happens. It did work, but then it didn't. It calls this, okay? It doesn't call this because this doesn't exist. Odd balance. Doesn't matter where I'm putting it. Um, yeah, this is frustrating me. This whole Israeli business is throwing me off, and yet with or without it, it's still not working anymore. Forget about this. And it just returns. This is just setting a variable. This is that. Slider exists. This is going to 12. It's going to set itself, which is okay. So this is going to fire. Be fired. Okay. That is always going to be working. When you do 13 or something, this is not going to work because it's not in there. Thanks to this not being ready. It will work at runtime. Of course, now that we don't have the markers, we don't actually see them. Once we do the visual representation, it will work. Actually, we could still test it in remote. Remote, let's look at the slider. The minimum value for this should have been different. Mind you, initially I'm not triggering it. If I make a change to it, let's make a change. This, let's make a change like 14. Okay, 14. This slider's minimum value is set to 7. So that actually the code works. Um, this part triggered. We just would like to see these changes done. This. Maybe I'll do a quick read on that. This is not Godot tool node sounds of course. That's change var offset to onReady var offset. Hold for onReady var offset. OnReady var offset. But aren't you postponing the execution of this code to onReady? Not exactly tool. It's free to try, free to try. It's actually fine because we are doing the low. Local, undo this, save this, do this. See, it's not there. Var offset to onReady. So I'm tired. This is so simple, and yet I feel I'm struggling here. Stupid. Honestly. When you did it already, then it is no longer here. Well, his problem was something else. He tried to see. Not found, but it exists. Yeah, yeah. This is what we are kind of doing. What we are trying to do. It's inside tree. Yeah, it sometimes runs like multiple times, and if you're lucky, you actually hit that time and everything works. Is inside tree. Basically, if this is inside tree, it's kind of what it don't do shit like stupid. Okay, here it is. Now this is 0 expected. When you set this to 14, it should be 7. But it's not. Let's clear this errors. 12. You are still giving an error. I'll be fine. Fire me. See, this is now firing. That is good news. Set index minimum. Now this is not. This is when it can't be ready anyway. This is new. What is this? Stay here. Instead. Use only reverse slide again. I don't want to, but I kind of have to. Oh, in this case, I have to. Problem though, see, then this is not going to be. Okay, I think I'm confusing myself. I've done much more complex stuff. Find this, I'm going to feel really silly. Let's see, tool. What is a tool? We're not doing that. Use code to execute when in it. I think in our case, we kind of want to want to execute it all the time, right? Because we want this to be done when we initialize this code. What kind of menu? Well, see, that's the thing. It's going to change it. Pieces of code do not have either of the two conditions. I will run both in, yeah. What we are doing, speed, which sets this, which is then used here. This works both, and then the minimum value will not be set on an object that doesn't exist yet. Okay, so without tool, how would we have done this? Think of that. Similar to this would be triggered, which would then kind of be sure that slider existed. Normally, you wouldn't have to write anything like slider exists. You would write this right away. Um, I still feel this should not be as simple as you. I'll be fired, I'll be fired. That's good. This is 0. That is also okay. Change this to 14. Okay, come here. This is still 0. This is firing. But problem is this part did fire. Um, and yet we did this kind of work here. Where is it? Balance slider. Slider. It's this. Bar is ready. part of Godot. So something about tool and ready. It kind of saw that actually. Okay, let's bring it all under the same system. So what's the madness? This is actually going to return that. This is going to be slider. This might actually do the job. Let's see. I did not think this is going to be 12. You are still not 5. So when you do this, what is false? That's the whole point. How could it be true? This never runs, and it will never run in this editor context. Quite get that. It will work in runtime. I mean, at runtime, like okay, time to go to source tree, or maybe even GitHub. Let's look under develop, scripts, add, balance. Let's look at the commits history. What? I want to see this. Edit soil region implant. How is this related to balance GD? Okay, something is scripts. That's just something else. I'm confident it's this file. More or less what I wrote last week. This part doesn't make sense. What is the proper history for this? Why is there only one commit? There should be more commits. June 16th. That's like Wednesday. I did this, I think, on Monday or Tuesday. I mean, fuck, Sunday or Monday. File renamed without. Yeah, this used to be in scripts. Then it's been moved into HUD. I don't think it should have been moved into HUD. That has nothing to do with the HUD itself. It's just a component. But let's just say it is that. Still want to see the original. Oh shit. It was worked under its feature branch. And then when the feature branch was merged into develop branch, of course, we have lost the commit from the feature branch. I actually have the feature. There you go. That's what I had. What's that? Balance slider. Yeah, we had none of that is ready business. This worked. I mean, to a certain extent. It had other problems, but none of the problems we are having. On ready, slider, yeah, slider. Texture rect, checking the tree. Okay, time to do something drastic. First of all, this is not going to get its styles, so remove those styles. Okay, bye. Be the most normal looking thing, okay? Your value will be somewhere like, I don't know, 50, okay? That's that. For now, I'm so mad, I don't want to see any of this. So fucking mad. Just some nonsense. Doesn't make any sense to me. Something like this isn't declared. Where is it declared anyway? Line what? 42. This. This is that slider. Okay. Is ready. It's all over the place. Texture rect. Where is the texture rect icon? I think I labeled this to icon sense. This is going to be what? This is still going to be the slider. Okay. 74. Texture. Oh, fuck. Clear. Save. I'll be fired. 1240. This is okay. 050. 150. Let's change this to 14 or not 14. I'll be fired. I'll be fired. I'll be fired. You are still 50. I have no idea why you're not. The fact that this has actually fired multiple times is sort of reassuring. I'll be fired. This is changed. Let's change it again to 16. We're firing once. That is actually okay. Let's see how this is actually the thing or not. Slider is here. Not working because this is not ready. How could it be ready? stupid. Really, really stupid. How is this piece of code working? I'm almost at that point that I'm going to start Godot. Let's see if this is going to work. When we assign an icon here, if that is going to work. Because before it was working, let's have a pose icon. It does work, meaning you make a change to the texture, the icon. This works. It does not give any error. Everything is just fine. So when we do this 16 to 40 to say 24 to 40, look, it's working. This is going to say 12 for its value or something. I mean, minimum value. Okay, we just had to restart Godot and lunch is here. See you later. Break is over, and just before the break, we figured out the reason for our frustration. For some reason, Godot decided to not run things properly. We started Godot again, and everything is working fine. We can now make things better now. That his ready business was causing some trouble. We removed it. Things are sort of working. We'll just make them a bit. I think there was something about the is in tree inside tree. Maybe this is going to be the key. A lot of the things we normally do for checks here. See if this. Um, Sometimes you get errors like this because it's doing some internal stuff and covers later. We'll see. This is the new thing I'm trying. We'll actually get to see. This texture will be replaced with a proper with some proper icon that is actually fine. Let's change the 24 to 12. We have I'll be fired, fire me, and then this error. So the fact that this is happening is, I think it is a good thing because we know it's this, but it cannot find the slider. Since it cannot find a slider, it doesn't actually know what is the mean value of component that doesn't exist. So this is where we were doing the slider thing. Oh, we know this actually works. It's just that like let's try this again. Change this to 15. Just fine. This is not firing again. It's dumb. Um, because this is supposed to be 9 now. Just before the break, we made this work, and again, these two systems have nothing to do with anything. This is actually garbage. It's not used. So it's as if it kind of works once and then it stops working. Because this is literally the only thing we have just changed back and forth. And I actually understand the logical error. If this is going to be available when it's ready, meaning this is actually running hit this button, okay? You're playing the scene. Obviously, this is not going to be available. So when you are changing stuff here, which is triggered thanks to this is not going to, that makes sense. You want this to run the tool, but you also want this to run when it's part of the program, like this is actually injected system. So not actually. I'll be fired. I'll be fired. The fire me still doesn't fire, and the fact that it doesn't thing kind of worked once when we did start, which is frustrating because get this. This is 12. Let's change this to the fact that this happens means that we are going to see 9 here, so that Good. Let's change 30. Still working. For some reason, some point this screwed up. Quite know why. I guess this is when they mean like close the scene and restart. It resets something, and I guess I'm doing that, starting the whole engine. There's something funny about that. Seems to be working now. And this is the only part that's missing the slider, like end slider. So when I change the high threshold, maximum value should be half of it. When I change this, it should have 25 as its max value. Doing this and the fact that it didn't give an error is optimistic about this value being didn't give any error. Oh, sorry, my bad. We are already doubling it anyways. It's going to be 100. When you say this 25, okay, everything is working. So then this is the only thing that's needed according to this. Let's change it. So we want to make our threshold component so that the thresholds will be moment of truth. Minimum 18. Here we go with the silly error. Save and close. Reopen it. Okay. We want to have minimum 20 for the, yet see it's working now. So I wasted hours on something that is as simple as closing the scene. That is so fucked up. Fucking mad. It's just okay. So minimum 20, maximum 40. These are actually the thresholds, not exactly the minimum maximum for the slider, but the logic we wrote will change the minimum and maximum value of this slider to 10 and 80 respectively. That's what we are supposed to see. Now, when the threshold low is minus 20, okay, what is supposed to happen according to our rule? Because threshold low is less than 0, we are doubling it, which makes it minus 40 and sets the minimum value to minus 40. So now we are going to have from minus 40 to 80. When you do that, the current value is of course scaling accordingly. Let's change this back to 20. You're actually going to see the value slide accordingly. And we haven't actually bound this value yet. Threshold, it can also be 0. If it's 0, then the minimum value will be such that 0 plus 40 is going to be 40, of course. This is actually the case that you could just actually half the high value because this is 0 anyway. I wrote this so that we are averaging it. 40 divided by 2, it's 20, so you're actually taking 20. So when this hits 0, the minimum value for the slider will be minus 20. That's it. Let's try something like this for threshold high. Let's set this to minus 40 for the beginning. It's 80 to 80. If this is actually 0, according to the rule we wrote, minus 40 here, it's 0. This is the same thing. It's the absolute 40. Divide in half, minus 20. We take the absolute value, okay, which makes it 20, which means the maximum value for the slider will be 20. This is going to set the minimum value to minus 80, so we are going to have from minus 80 to 20. Beautiful. Case of 0, sorry, 20. The maximum value will be, we are halving it. When you halve it, it's actually minus 10, and this is going to be from minus 80 to minus 10. Okay, there's some sense to this now. Stupid, wasting at least an hour there. Let's call texture 1 icon. On texture gradient. This is the part where we also need a color. Bar stroke. Stroke will be a color. Color get stroke. Did I write this? I have everything as update. Set. Yes, I wrote it that way. Huh. Yes, I did. Huh. So you discover about yourself. Of course, this function doesn't exist yet. Yeah, I think at some point I switched back to like stuff. Stroke update. Yeah. Could be set texture gradient. Assistant. Well, it's just set. Oh, done. Set icon. I won't change the other file, but let's set the set stroke. Stroke. To stroke. Stroke is stroke. Stroke. Um, I'm actually going to move this close to the set gradient. With the gradient, So we have a gradient texture. Go back to what are we doing here? Need two colors and a stroke color. Thing is, difference between the balance component grabber, the page slider here. There's the grabber part. This had a fixed grabber. Ours have a color scheme. It's perhaps easier to see it. Kind of hard to see those colors here, but the vertical case actually has sized. So it's as if I have to export a white shape for this so that I can tint it. Let's try that. Um, we might actually have to do this for the horizontal working on, right? Smart about it. Copy this. Take yourself. This is also this too, anyway. This selection color will be white. The name for this will be threshold grabber, horizontal threshold grabber. Okay, export or that. Cut that. Almost there. Okay. Go into Godot. Slider will need grabber area, which is going to be a texture. Going to have thresher grabber, which actually has a vertical kind of looking thing. Okay. What happened? The background of the area to the left of the no. Oh, okay, the icon, the grabber, not the area. This is the one. It should have been just a graphic anyway. Some style box. Grabber. There is no such thing as well. It's actually not editable. Maybe it's expecting this because it's considering it's disabled. Actually, one of them is enough because we'll never have it. Not supposed to because it's already disabled. There is no such thing as high. Let's also fix our stuff. So let's make this 20 to 80. Find the value. So it's 10. Okay, good. Now we want to change that white color. This to a different tint. How are we going to do that? Now I was actually hoping that by making it a style, I actually could, because this doesn't take any shader, right? I was hoping here we would actually have modulate. I'm going to do this. I was going to change the color to the color we want, but could this be any other? What is the main? There's still no module. Source is just resource. I think the worst case scenario, we are going to make this texture part exposed to the script that when you create a copy of this component, you are going to pass your grabber. Find a different icon. Let's at least pretend we are something. Right. From left to right. Then surprisingly, this actually. Hmm. Oh, this is actually getting darker. So do this, just do this, and then so when you do this, I write the code because there is no such thing. Slider text slider. Slider will have picture is then the region rect will be calculated based on the slider's mean size. Wrong 11 slider of give an error anyway. Save this. There, I think our component won't have ticks. No, no ticks. None of this. So let's make a small change here so we kind of So when we make a change here, what is actually happening? Set colors, set texture gradient, set texture. This is actually, this was giving it that. Gives itself. Let's change this. Um, I'm also making another mix. Oh, this was supposed to be gradient texture so that it could actually take the gradient property of the gradient texture. It was empty, so it's fine. Also, this region rect is kind of empty because we did not. Our track will be such that it's actually 12. That is correct to me. This is absolutely horrible. Wrong. Oh, this thing's. Give this a minimum size. What did you say? 115. I think we could just work. Why is it even 248? I mean 2048. Oh shit. This is the. This width is going to change anyway. This is also. This is not going to. Illustration. Twelve, 12, 12. This is 1. This should be 12 so that we actually have some substance to it. This. Going to look at that other component. Something a little. A bit different. It actually has a grabber area. Here's the slider that we did. It's the gradient texture. If anything, this should not be 1. It's okay. Because it kind of gets reset anyway. Uh, this is going to be empty. This, however, is currently not taking a. I remember filling it manually for the first time, but let's actually trigger our tool so that do it. This is going to this, and hopefully this trick will do it. It's supposed to do it. Means we just have to change something. But does it think this is changing? Like changing this, does it mean that this is changing? Let's have a new. Okay, see, that's it. Didn't exactly register it as a little. Is it this picking it up now? So this actually has to be the other way around. This is working. This is actually surprisingly with that white grabber though, not picking up the color, and the stroke is also not quite. The stroke will be applied to this texture. Actually, it is gradient, so that's the problem area. Because as we discovered previously, Stylebox texture doesn't let you round corners. It also doesn't have any border logic. It's just a texture. It's a bit of a problem. I'll tell you why. I'm going to test it in here. Go with a flat surface. Then you could actually have a flat background color, but you could have corner radius and border width. So you have this benefit, but then you no longer have the gradient here. This is the flat color. The texture, you may pretend that you have a gradient texture, fill it in either manually or we do it dynamically, then you lose the border benefits. Of course, last time we wanted to investigate if we could write a smart shader that we actually get to do both, but we could not write a shader for this. That was sad. Sad. Because empty is just empty. I'm actually hoping that maybe at some point this empty could just be, like just offer us a way to write a shader for write our own custom, like our own canvas item shader. This is useless. This is useless because it's just a line. Flat is useless because it doesn't have the gradient texture. And the style box texture is useless because it doesn't have border. If anything, I kind of want to create, like, use one of these things that could actually gradient and a border logic. This curve texture is giving an infinite number of errors. The fuck is a curve texture? Texture that shows a curve. When there's a given curve provided to it, give curve. I kind of guess it would be this. Right click to add point. Question number one. Why is it red? Minimum value, maximum value. That's okay. Thresholds. Use the curvature. Adjust. Curve rendered. Gives me an idea how to keep some of our data structure. However, again, I have the question, why is it red? The fact that I'm also seeing red here. Did I choose red color at any point? For this, I was trying texture from above, but that actually has blue tones. Why is it red? Why is a curved texture? Simplifies the task of drawing curves, saving them as. But why is it red? Texture, here's the preview. Texture definition with the curve. What is the color information? Either way, this is distracting. Stream texture. Load path. What are you streaming? Texture. Stream texture. CTEX texture. Texture that is loaded from a text file. Property stream texture. Load path. When you look at these import options, they're not exactly flagged. It's a separate flag. Bitmap sense. Somewhere here. That this is that. Has to be created from it using the create from image. I think this might be our option. Create an image texture. We write our shader. If this thing could get a shader, this is creating from an image. Don't do that. We'll actually do create. This is just going to be a blank area. Then we'll fill it in with the. Of course, as long as it actually takes something. Let's change this to not this one. This is the good one. Which texture? Maps image. Use the image. New image. You like this. Going to be just okay. Some data. Let's see what are we doing. So far, the fact that we could not have rounded corners last time is the very reason why we cannot have border for the slider. Noise is just this is what I want to investigate. We have this icon, right? What is the texture type? Just some texture. Crop type is texture. The fact that you could write shaders and you could actually create an in the material. If it takes a shader material, okay, and the shader type will be shader. Here is where you write your shader type. Okay, canvas item. Okay, you could technically do this void fragment shader, writing this, and you just say my color will be identifier expression. This also don't think I need to give the alpha value, do I? Okay, I'm typing fragment shader. No matching function. There is no such thing. Um, Vertex shader, fragment shader. I did this before. So I guess Swizzling part is just for this. I don't think without, like, if you don't pass these, it's still defaulting. Maybe there will be an example. I've hung up on simple things today. Color. Oh shit, I'm passing RGB as if it's CSS. Just be a vector anyway. Just because I'm typing R doesn't mean it's. This is essentially either vector 3 or vector 4 to be with the alpha value. So, and because it's expecting vector 4, because color also needs R. That's it. So this is what I mean. It's like, well, we have the drop. It actually occupies all the pixels area. Some parts of that image is transparent and some parts have that blue drop pixels like this. Do it this way, then you're actually covering everything. You're not respecting the transparency. You gotta mix in this with something else. Blend it in. So technically it is possible to write a gradient here. Let's just shamelessly copy gradient shader. To prove our point. We'll investigate what this is. It's essentially very similar to the line I just wrote. What is actually happening here? It takes only the x from the UV coordinates, and this is essentially a color. Here, the red channel is 1, green channel is 0, and blue channel is 0, and alpha is 1. That's why this was all red. So here, it's going to be fully green. That being said, here, we don't want any green, any blue, and it's actually alpha 1. So display everything. They should do this too. It's going to be slightly transparent. I believe when we do y, it's going to do from top to bottom. Um, and now we should be able to control the color. So because we would like to have color similar to the way we have it here. So let's actually at least find the RGB code for this slider to have. Here's some color hexadecimal, and here are the RGB colors. I believe there might be internal functions that convert these values, but we cannot write 231 for the do it as like 231 divided by 2 goes from 0 to 1. I think there are functions. That's what might that's what that other page built-in function. Some of this might be helpful. Here, or I'll just type it in. We'll make it more efficiently. Where is the shader code? Shader. Can we see the RGB code in here? This light one? 35. We copy 3 fields, we cannot. Just write it down somewhere. Going to be a lot of back and forth. 231, 48, 242. It's for the lighter color, and then the darker color is 87, 160, 255. All right. So, to be honest, if you're writing a shader, you should actually expose this form. Color one. Hint. Need to practice more. A lot of this form. There's two component vector There's also a color thing here. The hint could be the color, but then it's going to be vector 3. The way I'm writing this is wrong. It's going to be like that. It's going to be vector 3. Okay. But then the hint will be something about hint. Hint color. That's it. Hint. I thought it would actually bring it up. It used to. Silly. What is wrong with form vec form? Let's do vec form. Sure. Color hint is for vec form. Shader param. Yeah, see that's it. Color 1. Okay, this is going to be good. Okay, all good. You can actually select colors now. Here's the color. Here's the other color. Ah. So now this actually has to be going from one color to the other. Um, so let's first try this. You do something like this. Take the first color, put it here. It's just that color. This is the second color. Kind of need to do this 50-50. It's as if we kind of need to multiply two colors. Kind of does, but it does in a distracted way. Just to blend it in. I guess my knowledge of shaders might end just there. I need to find some functions to do to work. Understand the basics. Because we are kind of interpolating really. Don't really need it. It's just that though. Let's see. Oh, this is just that. Okay. Godot. Gradient map sheet. Gradient. but I want to write the shader. Yeah, we'll do that on shaded too. Hmm. Okay, he's actually dragging the gradient texture from face instead of creating it here. That's smart too. Could do that. Our problem is still going to same thing though. It's about the border, but maybe we'll add the border here. I think this is giving me an idea. So I'm already letting the developer create the gradient, which is here. We already have a gradient. Actually, we have the gradient itself. For this image, we are doing the test on this image, but because this image could actually get a shader. Our problem is I want this component to get a shader. You just look here. I think I'm an idiot. We've done this here too. Let's kind of revert. This is okay. Cut this. We'll revert and go back to your user. You are also a canvas item. I think it's time I okay. Yeah, see last time the problem was this. Within the shader, I was not able to read stuff here, which makes sense, but we will actually expose some parts. It's actually gave me an idea. We'll do this and then we'll do render what render type? Render mode. Shade it. Shade it. That's all fine. Here's the color. This is all wrong anyway. This is going this is going to be okay. We could either do this too. That's actually fine too. Just for this specific thing. Could honestly have uniform vector. Actually, that's just going to be int border radius. It's fine too. It's just 2. Um, but see, I think we kind of did this last time too, right? We did this last time. It was actually affecting every single part of it. No, we aren't any closer. Because it was affecting everything. When I want to do the border radius to round it to look more like this, it's going to eventually cut off some parts. I mean, I'm okay if this is not going to be too close to the edge. But if I'm implementing the border, it's going to implement the border all the way around here, including this area, because it's already coloring everything here. And we are actually doing this exercise so we could actually tint the color of this grabber or the slider, whatever. So the problem is this is actually interacting with the whole component, not individual. These parts still don't have their custom assignment. So we come back to the same problem. Just a quick lookup. Go for style box. Are there any proposals about people? I don't see any border. It doesn't. Okay, I think I've distracted myself long enough. This is a dead end. Plan B. We will just be satisfied these two colors to lay out the gradient. We are going to give way to a different texture for slider. The stroke will be missing. That is actually why can't we have nice things? What if we create? Okay, just a second. This is sort of experimental experimental thing right now. But what if we create a new resource? Code UI, new resource, texture, image texture. Could actually be gradient texture with a border. I will create image texture and then render a gradient texture that is going to be assigned. Because all I'm interested in right now is a border. Because I'm confident I can do the gradients. But the border and the rounded corners, that's where the key. You want to save this as rounded. Because I'm just so mad right now about its name. Just want to see if this can be manipulated in any way. Here's the image. It, let's even give it a new script. Why not? Don't even know why. Right? Okay, here's a script. Sure. This script is going to do something like this. Ooh, I see. When this resource is... Oh, okay, this actually makes much more sense. Okay, let's open this part. This resource has not been used. What I'd like to do is this slider for the grabber area. We don't want to use an empty thing. We want to use a texture. Texture will be an image texture, but I'm not going to create it manually. I'm actually going to assign this here. When I do that, that is actually kind of good. The fact that this is actually doing it is... Can I set empty texture to 9? Well, then don't. This doesn't have any image. We just do this. Maybe it has to be loaded something. We'll actually have... What is the property of image? This is the image texture. Image. So when you are initialized, image texture based on an image texture. Create code. Okay, this is kind of weird. Let's under UI, create a new resource, gradient texture. I kind of want to overwrite this so that flag, because we are still coming back to the same point. Can assign the gradient here and then overload it with board, starting with an image. Gradient texture. Either way, the problem is always the same thing. Whatever you assign here, even if this is an image texture or gradient texture, or you create a resource out of these two, the fact that you cannot actually have custom, maybe this will actually work, okay? Because this was problematic. That initialized, and how can that be initialized? But this is still freaking slider in the threshold by there. But set texture drivers. Do not set empty texture. It thinks it's an empty texture. Of course, you are empty. Oh, wait a minute. But you were gradients. Made you a gradient texture. Yes, I did not save it. Cyclic. Oh, what? God. Rounded gradient. You going to be assigned this thing. Going to give that. You are going to be empty, but no more. You are this color to this color here. I can pull this off here as rounded corners with border. To make it, which could be. I think that's about resolution. It's a bit color sampling. Anyway, this is going to be this func init for notification. I don't quite know how this. See the gradient here. That is good news. Good news. Don't quite know what is actually happening. If I do this, do this. Let's say really have no idea what's happening. Reference script. An internal script. Yes. I guess we'll do this more expensive way. Meaning, of creating these three styles here, may have more in the future. The vertical case is a separate case, but we have four styles here. I suppose we'll export graphic. Could set that as a slider. This is nice, but it does not come with a border. Only problem with the method that I'm suggesting is instead of having a 150 wide component, if you change the width of that component, you are essentially stretching the gradient. However, it may not look that awkward because you are stretching it, but it's still going to look streaking. Because if this gradient is horizontal, you are growing this vertically, just going to repeat, seamlessly repeat it. If you are stretching it, um, you're essentially using the same pixel colors over a different area. You're kind of reducing. Okay, just for interest's sake, for the rest of today, instead of finishing this off, I'm just going to experiment with shaders. I think it's called Shader Toy. Someone has already written a smart enough component, I mean shader. What are we looking for? Gradients, border, watch step. Yes, sir. No idea what it is. Gradient, and it automatically picks some gradients. Gradient, let's see what. I think there was another website if this proves to be or alternative. Seven pages. I'm looking for the most simple order gradients. Reader gradients. Rounded corner. Something like this. This is not gonna be helpful. Yeah, we kind of want to create this shader mask. See if we can actually understand what's happening here and then take. I think the trick is this. Style box texture guaranteed. Or flat. Flat has the border stuff, but color is the problem. Let's investigate the flat. Okay. Because this already has most things we want. Is the border width. Imagine we are actually doing this work for the slider. And the radius will be 2, 2, 2. We're already at a good start. Now, this eventually, because we are doing this color, right? The stroke color. And border color is this. Okay, see how beautiful it is. And you blend or not, so it actually does a proper render. Not so optional. I'll actually make it red like this, so we actually doing. Again, assume what we are doing is applied to the slider style. So we would actually have our component rounded here. So the missing part is that background color showing flat. That has to change. If only there is a way to assign texture or something for background color, that I could actually dynamically create with a shader, feed into here. It's just going to be a flat code. Wait a minute. Can I trick this? Can I? Because the other part is you go with the texture. There's the gradient. There's no border. I think I'm calling it a day. I don't feel like I'm making much progress today with this work. The component itself is actually working fine ish. Could maybe focus on that. Be another 10, 15. The styling is kind of a problem. Wanted to offer something visually appealing. The threshold low and high values are clearly working. We know that. The value is going to be an interesting thing. So this is also what we can do as well. When you're setting either value, low and high, that the value it's not within the bounds that we should just maybe reset that, we could do that. So meaning there's already something about the value change. That's not what I'm talking about, but that is going to be done individually. But what we should also do is this: either one is changed. If the value is basically not in between the new min and max values, then we are going to set the value somewhere in between. Um, the only problem with that approach might be during a gameplay, while the player is taking actions, if for a certain system, if the system that we are tracking has a certain value, all of a sudden we change the threshold values. Is it likely that we are going to change the threshold values, that the value will be out of bounds? That we will just I don't think we should actually miss this, to be honest. Value is value. Let's just do that. If we ever come across that case that I'm talking about, we'll actually this set stroke is just be silly there. Bunch of headache. typical value, new value. But also if is in tree, is inside tree, then we will do what? Do sliders value is going to be value. It will automatically do its own internal like checks whether the value is size value. Same old silly errors. We know this works. Here's some value. It's going to be 40. Okay. Here's 40. Because minimum is 10, maximum 40 is going to be here. So let's do this. Let's do this. What did I say? 10 to, let's make this 50. Okay. So then maximum will be 100. Minimum will be 10. So we have 90 values, and when the value is 40, somewhere here. When you have let me just put on those ticks. 5. It's like the mid value. It's 2. Change the value to 3. This kind of looks odd. The value is 10. It's 0. That's where we have to write the business logic in a consistent way. No longer about percentages, but kind of is. Because this slider's minimum value is 10, the current value is also 10, thinks it's at 0%. And when we say threshold low, 20, we are going to put a red marker here, just like we have. Okay. And a green marker in 50 area here, because maximum is 100. Perhaps doubling the high threshold is not such a good idea. Said, said, Just thinking whether I should leave the value this as a numerical concept or percentage concept. I suppose since we are setting a min and max for the slider, at some point that value will hit. So imagine this. If uh, this is the reason why maybe we will change the min and max value calculation, that we are doubling and halving. That creates a very uneven scale. That all of a sudden you approach the minimum value too quickly, and um, even though the high threshold is 60, which is sort of in the middle, because max is 120, it's as if like you need to go really high to. So that's kind of, well, I want to say unfair, but sort of uneven distribution. So let's be smart about this. So maybe we should take into account their range. How far apart are these two? Right now, there's 50 difference, or a difference of 50. So we could divide that in half, and then could just say go 25 on either ends. Could actually do that. May actually even simplify some of this nonsense up here, that we may actually be able to bring it under the same thunk. Thunk. Okay? To listen to something more cheerful. Something like this. We need to take the absolute value, I believe, between threshold high minus low. I will actually check the negative values as well. We'll uh, divide this in half, and we'll do something like this. Slider mean value will be uh, threshold low minus this, whatever. This is like the difference, or half the difference. Half the difference. Slider max value will be like this, except going to be high plus half the difference. So now it's all good, but we don't need this. Just need to do func. Okay, copy, cut this crap. That's good. Save it. Freak out. 1060. Let's call this 2060. This is, see if this is gonna do it. So the difference is 40, divided in half is 20. So the minimum value should be 0, maximum value should be 80. It's not gonna do that because we have a silly Godot thing that you have to restart the scene. No errors so far, I think. 2060. Let's make a change. This 15, then 20. We're expecting to see 0 and 80. 0 and 80. That's supposed to happen. So that when the value is 20, it's 0, 20, 40, 60, 80. That actually looks much more. Let's try the negative stuff. Because I haven't actually checked if this stuff works. What if we actually want to go between minus 20? What is supposed to happen? 60 minus minus 20 is 80. Divided in half, it's 40. So you go to minus 60 to 100. Awesome. So when you go from minus 60 to 100, your value 20 is in the middle because from minus 6 to 20 you have 80. From 20 to 100 you are still 80. This doesn't fluctuate. This is where things might actually be interesting. Say if you're high, if this is actually minus 60, your highest is this. Of course your value will be way high, that's fine, but here minus 20 minus minus 60 is 40, dividing up is 20. So this is going to go from minus 80 to 0. Awesome. So the only thing that is left is basically this. If we know that the maximum value is 0, which is this end, and then minus 20 in maximum threshold, we need to put a green icon here, the triangle, and somewhere here a red icon. Because minus 60 will be here, and minus 80 will be here as the minimum. Okay, so that way we are kind of setting it in a certain spot. And then we still have some room to go. When, of course, the slider is here, well, it means that you've gone way beyond the high. Let's see. I'm gonna grab some more water. Maybe we'll do the triangle. Okay. Let's start by exporting these two little buggers. Silly triangle. It will be called threshold. Oh, will be exported. Threshold. Okay. Will be exported. Cut them, paste them here. It's all good. Like shit, it's expected. Now we actually need to introduce two things that are going to kind of move freely here. Or maybe since we are distributing things, can't they be here all the time? It's as if they are kind of always going to be there. I didn't plan it that way. I thought they were going to kind of move. But the way we are distributing things is making them a little bit static in the sense that they're always going to be in the same place all the time. How can we introduce them here without screwing this component structure? I put another icon here. It's going to be like this. There was a way to take this out of the flow. You know, if they're always going to be at the same place, and if I'm planning to threshold low, threshold high, the thresholds. Threshold high is you, threshold low is you. Give yourself all. You are going to be in box. You two are going to be in a V box. Done. You two should actually have a different good. Is there a way to do this minus? Good. Why are you so big? This two will be bending, centered, like that. It's kind of getting there. It's not exactly matching this because this has also it doesn't take into account this part. Not going to matter in this case. We need to squeeze this part in a bit. Can this be okay? So we'll trick it like that. It may be -6. I'm not This is of course now changed. Oh, silly you. So let's go with more sane values. Let's say our gardener needs to give, maybe this plant needs to have 20 liters of water in the soil. And then having more than 60 liters is maybe going to overwater it. Just happens that our farmer has given this 30 liters of water. So it's good. So when they're approaching 20 liters, they're right at the threshold. So as they are actually giving more water, they're approaching the upper limit. That's all good. Here it actually hits 60. I think this is how I can adjust the stuff here. So this is maybe 6. Oops. 6. And let's do 22 and then 1 down, 1 down. Perfect. So it was actually -6. Okay. So seriously, the only thing that's stopping us is the border and that rounded corner. Otherwise, this thing is almost finished. Well, I still need to write the signals, but um, I will remove the ticks. Cleaner. I will save this just in case. Sure, whatever. Are you still 2048? You are. Why are you doing that? Because you probably have a gradient problem somewhere. Or here, your gradient is way too big. I think this thing could have a signal to that. Let's do some basic signal work. Threshold, low. Uh, reached, but in which way? What if we actually have a flag station? Hmm. So when value is changing, This is actually good. This funk. Got this crap. Set value is this. This actually doesn't have to be done inside the tree because it has to be fired anyway. If if value is less than threshold low, okay. I'm only going to do this less. Mind you, this actually has to be done against the new value because see the threshold is 10, existing value is 20, and then incoming value is 18. It's a 10 and we are at 12 and then we say 8, then value is 8 or the new value is less. Okay, that doesn't matter. So new value is less than this. You emit signal. Just do a threshold low bridged. Problem though, when we check for the higher, we can write the simple case, but we are also going to have another two if cases to check against the maximum. So we have to need to know about the delta. Which way are we moving? Okay, I think this is what we are going to do first here. If new value is more than value, or you do this, if the absolute value is bigger than 0, okay, turn off the music, wrap it up soon, clearly. The new value is higher than old value, that means we are going up. When we go up, new value is more than the high threshold, then we are emitting this. We are actually breaching. This is where we'll actually we'll maybe type which way we are breaching this. Okay. Maybe we'll actually type up here. Maybe we'll actually do that. Else, then you are emitting a different signal. This is the part. Okay. The incoming value. Maybe there is no else. New value is higher than old value, but then the new value is going to cross the threshold. We are breaching it. Otherwise, you are not. You may want to emit like within limits. Maybe that's the generic else case. This has an else case. If the new value minus value, the absolute value is less than 0, the new value is actually less than value. That means you are actually going down. Just happen to go down. Okay. The new value is even less than this. Put this here. Then you emit the signal. What it is. Here, but you have two more signals here. Because imagine high threshold is 60 and you were in the 80s. And then the new value is less than the value naturally. From 80 to you come down to 70. So you are in this area. Okay. But it just happens that I think this is what we are going to do. This is kind of weird. Sort of checks out in my mind. This high is breached, but in a lower way. Let me just write the this has to run first. We're going to do some stuff here. Write the else case for this too. And then I will interpret it, but it kind of checks out in my mind. See if there's just a second ago. Um, if sorry. Okay. If the new value minus value is bigger than 0, say let's first set the threshold low. Say threshold low 30, 30 degrees is good. We just happen to be at 10 degrees. So now the new value is 20 degrees. Obviously, but 20 degrees is not bigger than this. When it actually goes up, 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 as soon as you hit this area, 35 degrees, then you are breaching the low threshold, going to the higher part. I think it checks out. And we have to try this, and most likely we'll do this work by stream. Between there might be other things, so for the time being, I think I'm signing off. Need to rest. Just to recap what we have done, we tried to create a component similar to the one we did last week, except it has one icon that is dynamic enough that you could fill in. We tried to keep the functionality so that you could define a gradient area. We wasted so much time about making corners or the border colors for that gradient area. I have an idea, but feel tired that I don't think I've been coherent enough to talk about it or express it. We also introduced these two threshold markers, which are always set fixed positions because we are distributing their difference in equal amounts to either side. So the position is always kind of centered in the sense that the middle of the whole slider is basically shared in equal amounts. So changing the value is basically putting the marker in the right place we want. This silly thing happens because something in Godot that you doesn't do it. Works. Yeah, once in a while that happens. So I suppose the next thing is to investigate shaders that maybe we'll just write some kind of shader in an image texture, and that will maybe be assigned. Worst case scenario, we'll actually export individual graphics from Figma, so we can actually here instead of creating them here. So that's what we have done today. We have a lot more UI work. Jordan is doing the programming work. At some point, we will both tackle programming work, but for now, I'm focusing on UI stuff. But that's it for this Friday night. See you later.